This will be the largest group of assembled fans in the Western Hemisphere. That's why they need a big house. Welcome to Ann Arbor, home of the Michigan Wolverines. Today, we have one of those games that tests your focus. Top 25 team against an unranked opponent. Can you take care of business? As we'll see a squad from the SEC, the Auburn Tigers, taking on the winners of 8 straight, the Michigan Wolverines. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. Time to get this game started. Auburn will kick it off to get things started. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. So Michigan's offense will have the first possession of the game. And there he is. When you have a guy like this, you don't mind building your attack around the running game, guys.
And he's a grown man. There's no doubt about it. This offense runs through him. Everybody gets their emotion, and everything is built on him and around him.
And everybody knows this guy's going to touch the football, and still, defenses can't stop him. He can run through tackles and make big things happen.
Pulls it and fires to the left. They make the stop, but the sweet throwing catch is plenty to give them a first down. And the Wolverines will hustle to the line. Making great decisions, that's what all of the legendary Michigan quarterbacks have done. John Navarre, Elvis Gerbach, and the guy, can't remember, drafted in the 6th round by the Patriots.
Yeah, that guy, what was his name? Tom Brady? Yeah, I think that's his name. Yeah, he was pretty good too, but when you think about Michigan, you don't always think about the quarterbacks, and you don't always think about airing it out. But again, if you want to be a great college football team nowadays, you better be able to throw.
And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
Man, you can't draw it up any better than that. First possession, force a third down. You want to shut the home crowd up, sack the quarterback, create some momentum. Now you're getting the football back to your offense, probably with great field position.
The Wolverines will punt this one away. They'll look to pin him deep. Gets his first one of the day away, and that matches his total from that victory last week. They make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. So Auburn's offense headed onto the field. Our first look at them today. Here are our impact players for this game, and it goes beyond executing an assignment to make an impact in the game.
Yeah, obviously we were talking to both coaching staffs this week, and we asked them who needs to step up and play well. They immediately pointed to these guys right here. They are the key for their respective teams.
Yeah, and they don't always show up in the box score, but these are the guys are the leaders. These are the guys getting everybody organized and have to play well for their team to succeed.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple.
And that play shows you really what this defense is about. It's a difficult one to attack. They're really good. One of the best in the country. They come at you from all angles. So I'm interested to watch. How do you mix up the play calling? How do you keep the defense off balance? Because they are a good one.
This crowd trying to make life miserable for this offense. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. Decibels rising as the crowd gets behind this defense on 3rd down. Just threw that one away to avoid disaster. Auburn sends out the punting unit. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Makes the catch at the 30. They'll put a stop to that return at about the 37-yard line. And here comes the Michigan offense back on the field. That last drive fizzled out, Jesse. They had to punt it.
Yeah, they did. And, David, they're just going to have...
He's going to let one fly down the middle. Catch in stride inside the 15. And they finally get him stopped, but it's a big throw and catch, and he's down at the 5.
What a beautiful throw and catch on this play. And I love the job the receiver did tracking the ball in the air. Nice job of locating the throw and then hauling it in.
And the Wolverines line it up with a 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Michigan!
Well, this offense is top 10 in the country in points per game because they've got a lot of speed and they've got home run hitters. They score fast. They don't need 10 plays to go down the field. You saw it right there. They've recruited well. They've got playmakers. They're going to be a problem for defenses all year long.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Fellas, it's a final now in one of the more intriguing games of the week, that notable top 25 clash. Alabama opened up a can, and how many times can you say you went into someone else's house and beat them by double digits? It's what happened today, and the rest of college football should take notice. Really unexpected outcome in this ranked-on-ranked matchup. The type of loss, guys, that'll get the attention of even a good football team.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. And he's got his man along the sideline. He'll come up a little short of the 1st down. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. A strike downfield. Found a bunch of room and got it to the 44-yard line. Auburn to the line in a hurry.
Well, after that last play, you can see how electrifying this guy is and how special he is after he makes the catch. If I'm on offense, I'm trying to find a lot of ways to get him touches in this game.
On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. This offense has a 2nd down play. Pulls and fires complete. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Quick strike complete. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. Offense gets set for 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Complete with conviction on the crosser. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the 1st down. They go to the draw. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the 1st down play. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. Hand off from the shotgun. They get him on the ground after he gets enough to move the sticks. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. He's got it. They've got it down to the 3-yard line. Really well done on that throw and catch. Offense trying to pay it off on 2nd and goal. He's looking to throw. And he's got it. Touchdown, Tigers.
One of the areas they really focused on with this receiver in the offseason was we need you to make more plays for us in the end zone. When we're taking shots, we need you to be able to step up and make tough catches. And David, what a grab right there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with trusting your guy, knowing where he's going to be, knowing when he's going to sit around, when he's not. So being on the same page, and then having a guy that can go get it. Just when the ball is near him, he's going to make the play, just like he did right there for 6 points.
And he added the extra point. After that latest answer tied things up, just about set to kick it away again. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. Guys, here come those maize and blue winged helmets on offense. Wasting no time throwing on this drive. He's got his man. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the 1st down on the throw and catch. Use the play fake, now to throw. Looking for a huge play. And they couldn't make the connection on the long shot. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. Movement here from the tight end. Out of the gun, the running back has it. They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yardage when they need it, and he's out to the 43. They have it at the 43, third and short, trying to avoid making a decision on fourth down. From the gun, wants to pass. Catch in the middle, it's Singletary. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47. The Wolverines are marching down the field. He'll come out throwing on first down. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After the misfire, now on second down. Off play action. Trying to get to it. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback.
When it's a play-action pass, that quarterback, he really has to sell the fake. He can't tell his offensive lineman's getting beat right away while he's selling the fake. He had no shot.
A chance to sort of put the defense on its heels if you convert a third and long. This one from the 44. He's looking downfield to throw. And this is going to be incomplete on third down. And the Wolverines will send out the punt unit. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. You'd think they would have had a good chance to down that one deep, but the bounce carries it into the end zone for the touchback. To the ground with the back. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with second and 4. Pulls and fires complete to the right. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on third down. Caught close to the marker, it's Gibbs. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. Looking to move it through the air. It's on target and complete. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down mark. On second down, they'll take to the air. Just too much juice on that one as he airmails his receiver out of bounds. Third and short now, they snap it from their own 46. Now the play fake. Oh, he's going to try to hit him deep. He caught it. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be first and goal.
Love the play call here by the offensive coordinator. You can snip it. You can smell in the air. Blood in the water. Now we're taking a shot. You've got the athletes to go execute. Just dial it up.
The huge play got him on the porch, but now they got a kick in the door. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Trying to barge their way in. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown Tigers. Precision blocking up front. Created the open lane and the running back followed it beautifully.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to follow an offensive line that makes those holes and just gives you a caravan all the way to the end zone. What an unbelievable job blocking up front.
Lining up to add another. And the PAT gives them a 14-7 lead. They march 79 yards on the drive, and they close the deal, pushing their way inches into the end zone. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Michigan ready to get that offense rolling again. They hope to be able to cash in on this drive, David, after having to punt it last time.
Yeah, and I think this offense needs to start it with the first play. You need to be successful and productive on that first play, and it gets you in less predictable situations.
No doubt, too. Don't you just feel like there's a little bit more sense of urgency on this drive? It just feels like they...
All kinds of running room. He got loose, almost housed it, finally dragged down at the 32.
I know it's early in the game, but defensively after that play, you know you have to tackle the catch. When this guy gets the ball in his hands, he is so dangerous after the fact. So it's okay for him to make catches. You just got to get him to the ground quickly.
They'll run it from the gun. Defense there to stop him after a gain of 3, but he is inside the 30 to the 29. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. Looking to throw on second down. And the pass is incomplete thanks to a big hit. They're within field goal range at the 29. Let's see if they can pick up a few or the first down on 3rd and long. Throws to the wideout. He's got it. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the first down. They'll give it to the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. His drive facing a little adversity on 2nd and 11. The give to the tailback. Defense there to stop him after a pickup of 2 down to the 15. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. Here comes the field goal unit as they'll try to take the 3. Just drives it between the uprights. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. TCU packed a wallop today, and in many ways felt like it packed Horned Frogs Nation with them, too. This was supposed to be a road test, and instead, it felt like a walk through the park in Fort Worth. A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams. But, boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
Hey, Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Off the play fake on 1st down. Finds his tight end. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. They've got a chance to get out from their own end. 2nd and 6 from the 18. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Picks his way ahead, pick up of 3, and gets it to the 20-yard line. A 3rd and short coming from their own 20-yard line. From the gun, wants to pass. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. Just gashing this defense, a big gainer to the 40-yard line. Auburn lines up quickly.
Well, Reese, you and I were talking about this before the game. How is this defense going to be able to deal with all the speed they have offensively? You saw them just rip off a big play.
And, Jesse, now their head's spinning just a little bit. Give up a big chunk play, and it's right back at them. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. He's looking to throw. Using his feet to buy time. On the move is the 30. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. The Tigers are rolling down the field.
He does a good job of dropping back, going through his progressions. Nothing there. What do? Go get some yardage. Make it positive. Don't sit back in the pocket and force something into a bad situation or take a sack. Great job making something out of nothing.
Line getting set on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Grab behind the line. It's Hall. Didn't have much room to run and not a whole lot of help. Short gain there and still plenty of ground to cover for the first down. They'll snap it from the gun on 3rd down. Looking to scramble. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down.
And that's a great job by the defense not letting that bird out of the cage. When you can run like this guy can, you got to keep the edge. Did a great job. He went backwards, retreated, gave up some ground. They didn't give up the outside, got the sack on the play.
Now it looks as if they'll settle for the field goal try. And they weren't able to get him in the middle of the field, so now a 49-yarder from the right hash. Never a doubt for this big-footed guy. 49-yard field goal is good. After putting up a 3-spot, the kickoff unit set to go. From inside the 15, here comes the return. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. And here comes the Michigan offense back on the field. Power football with the run. Forges ahead, picks up about 3 to the 29. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. From the gun, to give, looking for room. Cross the 30 out to the 33 and gains 4 on the play. It'll be 3rd and short from their own 33. They'll try to bully their way for the first. Wrestled to the ground after picking up the first down. The Wolverines will have it 1st and 10. The give to the back. At midfield, he's got room. Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38.
And I tell you what, we can focus on the left side of the line of scrimmage because that's where the play starts. But you don't get big gains when you run out wide unless wide receivers, yes, wide receivers, commit to blocking, staying on their guys. Really good job on the outside by giving the running back space to make the big play.
Finds the tight end. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. Looking to pass on 2nd down. Grabbed over the middle. It's Singletary. Gets it past the marker for a 1st down, and that's the way we will wrap up the 1st quarter. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. They've swapped into the field, and we'll get it going in the 2nd. They'll snap it from the 26 on 1st down. Out of the gun, the inside give. A most efficient pickup of 6 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 4. And the Wolverines are threatening in the red zone. He'll try it again. Not a lot there. Picks up 1 inside the 20 to the 19. They've controlled the football on this drive. The 8th play will be a 3rd and 3. They'll try to get the first through the air. Caught near the sticks. It's Singletary. They get him down, but this offense is set up 1st and goal from the 9. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. They'll use the running game on 1st and goal. And he's sprinting. He'll take it all the way. Touchdown, Wolverines.
And the offense continues to run the football. The 2nd rushing touchdown from the running back. The offensive line paving holes. Continue to feed this man the ball.
On to attempt the try. And it's up and good. They put together a 74-yard touchdown drive. And what a way to finish it with a 9-yard touchdown run. On the run from inside his own 5. And the returner will be dragged down. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. Jesse, they had to kick a field goal the last time they had it.
Yeah, oftentimes early in games, you're just trying to find your rhythm. Some things work, some don't on that first drive, David. It'd be interesting to see what happens here on the 2nd drive.
Yeah, you got a feel for the defense now. You understand what they're trying to do, what their game plan is. Now you get to go into phase 2 of your game plan.
Better find the earplugs. Here comes the noise, backing this defense on 3rd down. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. And the quarterback caught up 2 and sacked at the 12. He just terrorizes quarterbacks, his 30th career sack.
And that's an amazing number, 30 sacks, because a lot of guys get sacks early in their careers, and then coordinators figure it out and then start double-teaming them and sliding and chipping, and then their numbers come down. This guy, though, David, has never stopped.
And it's got to be consistently, Jesse. Like, you got to consistently play hard, play after play, because sometimes they get rid of the ball fast. Sometimes you can't get in the mix. But to get to the quarterback 30 times, Very few people have done that.
Guys, here come those maize and blue wing helmets on offense. This could be a real turning point in the game. They scored a touchdown. They got to stop. And now a chance to break the tie.
Yeah, this offense has got it cooking, man. And how about the defense? Great job getting that stop, getting the football right back to the hot hand. Now this offense, Palmer, has a chance to take the lead.
You can see the offense, too. They understand the situation right now. They were jonesing on the sidelines to get another opportunity to run back on the field. They are ready to drive this ball and go score.
The play action fake. Lofts one high and deep. And he makes the catch inside the 15.
That's a beautiful pass and catch. I love the job the quarterback does manipulating the defense with his eyes. He froze that safety, and that allowed his receiver more room to work his route.
Out of the gun, looking to throw. He makes a grab. He gets it in. Touchdown, Michigan.
This offense is so good. Man, they can hurt you in so many different ways, and they do it so quick, so explosive. They can put small drives together, big drives together. They've really had a great year, and that's why they're a top 10 offense.
Lining up for the PAT. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they close the deal with the 7-yarder for the score. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Laundry down on the field as the pass is incomplete, but let's see what the penalty is. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Pulled and fired complete. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. SEC versus the Big Ten. They compete at everything. They try to outspend each other, and they certainly want to beat each other on the field.
So many national championships, so many Heisman Trophy winners shared between these two conferences, David. Everybody gets excited when the Big Ten takes on the SEC.
And these games matter so much. The fans get so amped up, so juiced up, to the point where we hear in the stands what? SEC. SEC. They wouldn't say that if conference pride wasn't a real thing.
He makes the stop almost as soon as he catches it, and they're short of the first down. Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. Blasted as he lets it go. He makes the catch. And let's hold on just a minute here as the officials are going to have a second look. After taking another look just to confirm everything, the officials on the field got it right. Play will stand. Under heat, he gets rid of it. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance. The give to the running back from the shotgun. They'll give him a couple. That leaves him with 3rd and 8. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Gives it to the back on the draw. Really good run there on 3rd down. He got 5, but they're still left with a 4th and 3. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines. Not his best work.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. So the offense keeps his drive alive thanks to the roughing the punter penalty. He's got his man.
This quarterback right now is in a groove. He's doing a nice job in pre-snap. He's reading the coverage, and he's getting an idea of where he wants to go with the football. That's why the ball's coming out of his hands so quickly, and that's why he seems like he's in a great rhythm right now.
Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. The Tigers are moving quickly down the field. Gets it out fast. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Got a little work done on first down, now back to the line. They'll run play action. Pressure coming. And it's incomplete. It was wild, high and wide on that one. Let's see what they've dialed up on 3rd and long from the 22. From the gun, wants to pass. He took a hit as he threw it and couldn't deliver the football. It's incomplete and 4th down's coming.
Tell you what, I don't know if the offense was expecting man coverage that time. 3rd and long in field goal range, you're expecting it to be zone. Instead, they lock them up man-to-man, everybody on an island, and everybody won. They get the incompletion, now setting up 4th.
Here comes the field goal unit. And he's already 1 for 1, so this time he'll try to put one through from 39 yards out. And the kicker delivers the 3-ball to finish off the drive. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. Northern Illinois is currently trailing in this one, but it feels like the tide may be turning. These Huskies have picked themselves up before, and they're capable of it again today. It's just a field goal game. They're trailing by 3 to Central Michigan. We've got our eye on this one and everything else going on throughout the day. Guys?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. That gamble did not pay off as they bring him down at the 12-yard line. Michigan ready to get that offense rolling again. Give to the back. Not much there. They'll give him 1 to the 14. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Off the play fake. Floating away. And the quarterback caught up 2 and sacked at the 12.
What a great play by one of their biggest playmakers in the D-line. I can say this personally. I got my first start in college at Jordan-Hare Stadium. It was brutal. I think about it and I get PTSD to this day. When you get those types of athletes in a three-point stance rushing the quarterback with that crowd noise and your offensive tackles can't hear the snap count, it's not a lot of fun.
Now on 3rd and 10, if they can move the chains here, maybe they can get this drive started. Scrambling away. Going to try to get it himself. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pick on Madden, moving the sticks for a 1st down.
It's going to be tough on this defense containing this guy because he's got that sixth sense to get outside the pocket, and at that point, he's throwing it and hurting you, or you can take off and run. That time able to get the 1st down. Big challenge for the defense moving forward.
Now on 2nd down. Trying play action. Quarterback floating away from pressure. And he can't find a receiver, and down he goes. The Tigers bringing the heat the way Andre Bruce did back in the day.
Yeah, and they just find those big, nasty, strong, physical guys that can eat up the line of scrimmage and get after quarterbacks. It's one of the staples of these Auburn teams all throughout the years.
The offensive line's got to get it together, giving up a sack on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Here's the snap, itching to fire downfield. How about getting the foot down on that throw for the big completion? The Wolverines will line it up on 1st and 10. They'll leave it with him. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. He's piled up 76 yards on the ground so far, and he looks to be well on his way to a 1,500-yard season. He's brought down, but not before they pick up the big 1st down. Tune in to the Ocho, 8th play of the drive coming up. From the gun, the running back looking for room.
Nice run there on 1st down. You know, this is a running back that gets better as the game goes on. So they're going to want to make sure they keep feeding him the football, let him get lathered up.
Catch in the middle, it's Yates. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. The give from the gun. What a nifty run there to pick up the 1st down.
There's really no secret to it, David. When this guy's running well, this offense is so hard to stop.
It opens up everything, and he's having a great day, showing you a little bit of everything, and this offense has got it rolling on the ground.
And the Wolverines will try to put one on the board on 1st and goal. They move the tight end all over. They'll go to the air. Lets it fly. Pulls it in the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines.
And it's now the second time this wide receiver has scored. Another outstanding job with the route. Great job securing the catch.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They put it in the end zone with a 12-play scoring drive. And they cap things off with a 9-yard touchdown pass. From inside the 10, here he comes. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. He's going to pass. They're bringing heat. And they can't make the connection, going for a big play on 1st down. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. They'll throw again after the incompletion. Forced out of the pocket. Trying to escape and get it himself. And he avoids the hit and slides after the short gain. Decibels rising as the crowd gets behind this defense on 3rd down. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. He's got great speed. Very little will make a crowd hold its breath like a punt return, and he brought them to their feet on that one. Running back searching for a hole. Across the 25, he's got room. Touchdown, Michigan! And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing. They've extended the lead and taken control here in Week 9. And a huge run from the back for 6.
Man, it's nice to have a running back that can do that. That makes everything else easy on offense. Hey, hand it to that guy. He makes a big play. Yes, please.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they're on top by 18. What a way to send a message. Huge play in the running game. One snap, and you've got a touchdown on the board. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. What a snag by the defense. And he's going to run it all the way back. Touchdown, Wolverines! Look, I know it's only the 2nd quarter, but we're starting to see a pretty significant gap develop between these two teams right now.
No doubt. When your defense is scoring, your offense is scoring, good things happening for your ball club. This defense on point, reading their scouting report, making big plays.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. They're about to kick it away, and the defense probably can't wait to get back out there after the pick 6. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. From the gun, the running back has it. And a 9-yard gain on 1st down leaves him with 2nd and short. makes a reverse. Out across the 30 to the 39 after getting 10 on that one. They'll snap it from the 39, 1st and 10. They'll run it. A confident, tough, efficient run gets it up to the 44. Got 6 on 1st down, now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. He's looking to throw. Getting some heat. Can't make the connection, the pressure there caused the missed timing. 3rd and short from the 44, and we might know if they plan to go for it on 4th down by what they call here. From the gun, wants to pass. Finds a soft spot in the middle. He's got 1st down yardage across the 50. They'll mark it at the 49. And the Tigers are on the move. From the gun, the ground game. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. They're about to run a dirty half-dozen plays on this drive. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. And he showed himself to be a regular Spinderella, but not a lot of room to run. Let's see what they do here on 3rd and short from the 41. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. And boy, is he close to that 1st down, maybe just a couple of inches short. Auburn sends out the punting unit. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. And here comes the Michigan offense back on the field. This offense has really been clicking in the game so far, Jesse.
No doubt. Everything their play caller is dialing up, these guys offensively have been able to go out and execute.
Yeah, and it's just maintaining the lead. Keep doing what you've been doing. You got a big lead. Let's just keep piling it on until they find an answer.
And the pressure was too much. They get him at the 15.
You want to change some of this bad luck you've had so far around? Get after the quarterback and get his butt on the ground. Nice job by the defense. This game ain't over. It's still the 1st half. This is a good start.
You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. Got away from trouble and got rid of it. Fires to the big fella. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the 1st down.
You got to love that. On defense, one of the most critical statistics out there is how do you play on 3rd down? How do you prevent the opponent from keeping drives alive? Right there, tackling the catch. You gave up the completion. Whoop-de-doo. You've set up 4th and long. You're going to get the ball back. Go get some water and celebrate.
The Wolverines will try to pin them back with the punt. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and they will try to build on what has already been a dominant 1st half performance. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. The fair catch just inside the 40. Comes out throwing on 1st down. And he's all bottled up, and now it's worse. The ball's loose. Oh, and they get the ball back, but that's just going to make it much tougher on this drive.
Good awareness by the offense. You never want to see the ball on the ground, but a nice job understanding just kind of jump on it and make sure you keep possession.
This pass rush has just been relentless, and you can bet your bottom dollar they're about to bring the heat again. Makes his connection. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Auburn to the line in a hurry.
At the 38-yard line. It's 3rd down.
3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. They're trying to get to it. And he just throws it away. That is not what you're looking for on 3rd down. 4th down coming up. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. Guys, here come those maize and blue winged helmets on offense. Last time, David, it was 1-2-3 kick.
Well, last drive, that 3 and out, sometimes that puts your defense in a bad spot, and you got to get a drive together here so you don't wear the defense out.
I just think, David, too predictable, that last drive. They got to do something here to get this defense on their heels.
And now on 2nd down for this offense. He's looking to throw. Pass on the way, it's picked off. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
And that's got to feel good, and that's a play this young man is never going to forget. His first interception of the season. Great job reading the QB's eyes and getting to the football.
A first down for the offense. He wants to throw. Ball in the air, intercepted. Going the other way, and he's got room. The 30. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Michigan. The defense puts 6 on the board with a big-time interception return. Look, a lot of time left. There's a little bit of distance right now being put on the scoreboard.
There is, but it's so awesome when you're a defense and you study all week about what's coming and what routes to be ready for, and then you jump the route and you make the plays and you just go get in that end zone. It is so beautiful.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Eastern Michigan is ahead in this one. This team plays a hard-nosed style of football there in the MAC, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Toledo.
They're going to open this drive with a pass. Snags it over the middle.
We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Gets it out quickly. Out to the 36-yard line after gaining 10 on that one. There's a timeout called as this offense tries to find a way to draw a little closer. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. And he was hit just as he released it, and it falls to the turf. Bunch formation trying to confuse the secondary. Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air.
And this is why this team is losing this game right now. They cannot protect their quarterback. He's already been sacked a bunch of times. Almost got sacked right there. This guy doesn't have a chance with the way this offensive line is playing.
And that one's too high and too wide, out of bounds and incomplete. Auburn sends out the punting unit. He'll try to really get into this one. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Just a few seconds remaining here as they try to put something up before halftime. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets them out to the 25-yard line. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Guys, tough to beat the pageantry and quality of play so far today in Ann Arbor. And it'd be easy to say these two offenses are glad we've hit halftime based on their respective performances. It would also be accurate. Turnovers and sacks have told the story so far. And you gotta believe the play calling has been the issue, right? Time to shred those game plans and just get back to basics. With that said, let's send it back to the fellas in the booth at Michigan Stadium.
And the Wolverines will kick it away to crank up the second half. He'll bring it out. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. Got blown out in the first half and now just desperate to find anything to generate momentum here in the third quarter.
It just starts with one play, though. You just need one thing to go right for this offense to start to build that momentum, and then that becomes infectious for the defense, for special teams. Everything can change It just takes one play.
It really can, and it's so strange, and you can't quantify it. And I don't know how to describe it as a coach or as a player, but you got to make something happen, and it's got to start on this drive.
Shotgun snap on third down. Got his man quickly. They stay aggressive and push their way out to the 33, and it's first down.
At the 33-yard line.
Use the play fake. Now to throw. Feeling some heat. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
This defense, they are tenacious, and they've got guys up front that are athletic and that are so strong and can collapse the pocket. You saw it right there in that play action attempt.
Well, after not getting a thing done on first down, it's second and long from the 24. He's looking to throw. It's complete to the left. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. They'll run the screen. At the 45 on his way. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. And a nice run there before the defense finally makes the stop. That kind of pickup on first down, and you can take a shot here on second and short. Leaves it with the running back. Tackle is made after the first down. The Tigers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Quarterback feeling that pressure, and he's knocked down at the 42.
This is just so demoralizing. You want to talk about taking a game over. That's what this defense is doing right now. They are just winning in the trenches. They're easily the more athletic and more physical unit up front, dominating this O-line.
That last play, the kind of thing that can mess up a really good drive. It's second and 17. He's looking to throw. Makes the grab down the middle. They get him down after he makes the catch. They'll snap it for the 10th time on this drive, but they need a chunk on third and long. He'll take a shot. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a fourth down. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. They'll look to pin him deep. Excellent job on the punt. Bounces out of bounds at the 5, and they'll have 95 yards to go in front of them. Leaves it with the back. And he runs through one tackle and picks up a few. 8-yard pickup on first down leaves them with second and short. Trying to impose their will with the run. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Looking to go up top on first down. Takes a shot as he lets it go. Grabs it at the 25 in stride. Touchdown Wolverines. And the route is on.
This offense looked unstoppable in the first half, lighting up the scoreboard, and it doesn't look much different here in the second half. They take their first drive in the third quarter, march it down the field, and score. There is no end in sight for these guys.
He'll try to tack on one more. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick strike offense on that three-play scoring drive. And the capper was a bolt of lightning, a touchdown pass from 84 yards out. And he takes this from inside the 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Going up top on first down. Swings it out to the flat. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the first down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Second and short now after that completion. They go to the ground. Defense fills those gaps. He's got 1 to the 28. Looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 28. They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. Now they'll really try to get this drive going. Good execution on 3rd down as they have it 1st and 10 at the 31. They're going to ride this running back. Stopped after a pickup of 4. Good run to get it out to the 34. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Coming after him. Bought a little time, lets it go. Zings it complete to the right. Really nice job there by both guys, the throw and the catch, to work that defense and get the first down.
And first down for the offense.
The give to the back. Good pick up there. They'll move the chains, and they're set up at the 41. They're about to snap it for the 7th time on this drive.
And that's good enough for a first down.
They'll try the run. And he's a real nowhere man, tackled in this no-gain land. Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires to the wideout. Oh, he can't hang on. That one was nearly picked off. Instead, he'll force a 4th down. Auburn sends out the punting unit. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Make sure that there's not going to be a return on this one. Ball's out of bounds, and I think they'll mark it right around the 25. Trying to start the drive with a pass. And he will get home, and the quarterback goes down at the 17.
I tell you what, if I'm this QB, I am ill as a hornet at my offensive line. Are you kidding me? That's the 6th time they put me on the ground. Dudes, will y'all protect me a little bit better, please?
They come to the line hoping to get some of that yardage back from the 17. They'll put the tight end in motion. Wants to throw on 2nd down. Finds his man. It's Ayers. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Makes the grab. And they'll spot it at the 45. That's good enough for a 1st down.
Well, we know this guy is special, and because of that, his quarterback is looking to him on critical down and distances. There on that 3rd down, there was no question. It wouldn't have mattered if he was single covered, double covered, man, zone. That's where he was going with it, and the big-time playmaker outside picks up the 1st.
The Wolverines with the 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. The quick out, and he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. That last completion sets him up on 2nd down.
2nd down coming up.
They'll go to the ground. He is going nowhere. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. How aggressive might this play call be on 3rd and short from the 46? He'll ride his man on the option. Now the toss. At the 35, he's got room. Off to the races to the right. Touchdown, Michigan! And the pummeling has started.
Have yourself a day, young fella. You know why they handed him the ball a lot? Because he did that. That's his 4th trip to pay dirt. This dude has shown you a little bit of everything. What a great back. And 4 touchdowns on the day.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Eastern Michigan is ahead in this one. This team plays a hard-nosed style of football there in the MAC, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Toledo. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. He's looking to throw. And those two couldn't make the connection. It's an incomplete pass. After the second down misfire, looking at a 3rd and 8. From the gun, wants to pass. And here's a fumble way behind the line. They recover their own fumble. Somehow, who knows how they got that thing back.
And those are so frustrating when you're a defense and you swarm to the football and you stick the quarterback and you make him cough it up just to have the other team recover it again and you don't get it. Still a good stick, still a good physical play. Keep hitting that quarterback.
Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. He just wanted to get it out of there from his end zone. Hauls it in at the 40. Excellent coverage that time. Didn't give him any room to set up a big return. Michigan ready to get that offense rolling again. They'll see if they can find some running room on the right here. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. Throws to the tight end. And the pass is incomplete, jarred loose by the hit. And guys, they really need to make something happen on this 3rd and long. Keeps the play going. Gets rid of it. Caught on the outside. It's Singletary. Looks as if they'll send out the field goal unit. Well, they've already made one. The holder will put it down at the 38 for a 48-yard attempt. Knocked it right through, showing that big range from 48 yards out. They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. And he'll just take a knee, and this drive will start at the 25. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Pocket starts to collapse. Got a man. It's Gibbs. They've got him down at the 40 after he ripped off 15 yards. Starting this drive like that is exactly what they'd hoped for. Now 1st and 10 from the 40. Give to the running back. After the pickup of 9, it's 2nd and 1. Tried to pound it on 1st down, now back to the line. On 2nd down, looking to throw. He makes the grab. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the 1st down. Fresh set of downs after the completion. Trying to find his man on 1st down. And he'll chuck that one away and save the down. Nobody was able to get open. And after the incompletion on 1st down, this offense looking at 2nd down. Quarterback moving. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. 3rd and short, coming from the 34. You wonder if this is 4-down territory. They'll try to move the chains on the ground. Discards him with the stiff arm. They make the stop, and this running game moves the chains as they get the 1st down. The Tigers come to the line with a new set of downs. They'll give it to him again. Got some room, headed to the goal line. Huge game before he goes out of bounds, and now they've got it 1st and goal. The offense threatening, close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. They'll switch it up here and look to throw. And that's just a flat misfire, not even close to his receiver. Can the defense stop them again on 2nd and goal? Try to barge their way in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Tigers.
Wow, this offense, they have a lot of faith in this running back. Knowing if they get down into this area of the field, he can get it done and he can answer the bell. 2 rushing touchdowns already for this offense.
Ready to try the point after.
On for the extra point.
Smashes it through for the PAT. They put together a 74-yard touchdown drive and finished the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2.
27.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. And here comes the Michigan offense back on the field. They've got the lead here. Last time they settled for a field goal, but David got to find that balance between being aggressive and careful.
And I think they'll take that. I got the lead, Palmer. I got the football. I got to take care of the football, put a nice drive together, and just get some kind of points on this drive.
No doubt. Lots to be happy about right now if you're this team.
And he breaks into the open. And he's brought down after a huge completion.
What can't this guy do? Video game type numbers. Every single week, he's just lighting up the scoreboard. He's now surpassed 5,000 yards passing on the year, and there's still some more college football season left to go.
They say it's still a game of field position, and that last one just flipped this baby. They've got it 1st and 10 in the red zone. They're threatening to score, and they'll throw it. Looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines! And the punishment has been extended.
The great thing about spreading a defense out, I can see where the blitz is coming from. I can see where they're weak. I can see my matchups. Nice job by the offense, spreading them out, taking advantage of their matchup, and getting in for the score.
Getting set for the point after.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And the score comes on a 17-yard throw for the touchdown.
27.
And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. There's certainly still a hill to climb, but they've got to make sure these drives pay off. Got a touchdown last time. Can they back it up here?
Well, and it's amazing in a football game how sometimes they'll surprise you with what you do. Once you get settled and you realize what's going on, now I'm comfortable with it. Jesse, this offense looked comfortable on its last drive.
They sure did. It looked like they started to find some momentum. So now it's on this defense to stop that, all right? You're a little bit upset based on what just happened the previous drive. You've got to bow up again and go back to what was working earlier in this game.
From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. You want to make sure to maximize those types of runs, and he gets it out to the 41. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. And the ball comes out. What a disastrous play. There he goes to the right. Touchdown, Michigan. Don't just get the ball, score with the ball, and the defense did. And at this point, they're just rubbing their noses in it.
There's nothing positive to be able to take away from this. You got beat down, you move on to the next game, start working on the next opponent. This one's over.
PAT unit on the field.
On for the extra point.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
83. Auburn, 27.
And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a return. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Here's the handoff. Finds that crease, and he's got 4 out to the 29. Solid pickup of 4 on first down and 2nd and 6.
Brings up 2nd down.
To the ground with the back. They get him stopped at the 32. That's a gain of 4. Faced with a 3rd and short from their own 32 to keep this drive alive. They'll try to run for it. And the defense knew exactly where that first down line was, and they stopped him short. Auburn sends out the punting unit. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. This drive will start at their own 27-yard line. They'll give it to the back. Good call, good execution as they move the chains, and they have a first down at the 38. Final minute now of the third quarter. Might as well run him until they stop him. He's got it again. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. After the productive first down play at 2nd and 6. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. What a good run there. He has enough for the first down. And the Wolverines come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Just when they're looking run, now up top. Quickly to the tight end. And he laid the lumber to stop it from getting the first down. Off play action. Using the quick game. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody, based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive fourth quarter comeback. The give to the tailback. They wrestle him down after he picks up 6 inside the 20 and down at the 18. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with 2nd and 4. He's looking to throw. Caught over the middle. It's Singletary. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the first down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. Movement here from the tight end. Wants to throw on first down. Steps away to find some room. Got to protect the merchandise. Gets down without taking a hit. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone. Is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big 3rd down in the red zone. Touchdown Wolverines! And the stomping has commenced. This team just knows how to finish. They keep getting better and better and better, and they are close to going 9-0.
And this always is the debate of where you fall. It's your job to stop me, or I should get conservative. Because this offense obviously has had themselves a day, and apparently their day's not over. They're going to continue to keep scoring, and the defense better do something about it.
The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's get you up to speed on what's going down in this fun college football game today. USF is piling up the points here today. They've opened up a massive lead in what's shaping up to be the kind of blowout neither side will soon forget.
They'll throw it on first down.
They're up by 31 over UCF. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. They'll throw it on first down. The Sweet Feet buy a little time.
Welcome to the frustrating reality of college football. Like, the guy at the quarterback spot, he can just do that. Pull it down, get positive yards, makes the defense have to account for him every single play.
Makes the catch and steps out of bounds, but short of the first down mark. Just this side of midfield, the defense trying to rise up on 3rd and short from the 49. They'll try to get it through the air. Works the middle of the field. He's got first down yardage as they move it to the 44. And the Tigers are flying down the field. To the air on first down. Fires to the tight end. Didn't pick up a lot there. Moved it forward just a few. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Release to the back. Makes the grab over the middle. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop.
First down for the offense.
power football with the run. And he does a really nice job finding open space and making a good gain before the stop is made. The give to the back. He bullies his way all the way down to the 5-yard line. Now with a 1st and goal, let's see what Auburn's got cooking. Fires to the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn. And they made it to the house when they found that 6 points waiting on them.
Yeah, good for them. They put together a drive. They got a touchdown. It's been a bad day. I mean, this is a day they're going to want to forget. They're getting destroyed, but at least you get some positive vibes. Maybe finish this game on a little bit of a high note. A little bit.
Lining up to add another.
Kicker on for the extra point.
Bangs it through for an extra point. So it's a 73-yard touchdown drive. And the score comes on a 5-yard touchdown pass.
34.
Bringing it out. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Guys, here come those maize and blue winged helmets on offense. They'll leave it with him. He'll be stopped just short of the 20 at the 19, give him 1. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Running back searching for a hole. Got it across the 20 and out to the 23, a pickup of 4. So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? The give on the inside. At the 35, he's open. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a 1st down.
Big reason why his team has the lead right now late is because of his performance running the football. Well over 100 yards in this game. They knew that they were going to have to really put a lot of pressure on him. He'd have to shoulder the load, and he has delivered for his offense all game long.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Leaves it with the running back. Continuing to churn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. 3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Just ran over it. Nice job to pick up the 1st down, and they'll spot it at the 42. The Wolverines come to the line with a new set of downs. Leaves it with the back. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. They go to the ground. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. They've made clutch, tough plays on this drive on 3rd down. They need one more on 3rd and 7. He's going to let one fly down the middle. And the ball is picked off. Looking for more room. And they capitalize not only on the pick, but on the great return to improve this field position.
And that's such a great job of seeing the play, seeing it unfold, breaking on the football, making the interception, and you will absolutely never forget getting that first career INT, that big play, that big moment.
And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. He'll start this drive firing. And the quarterback bought some time, but not enough. Down he goes with the sack.
Man, I've been there before as a quarterback. Sometimes you just wish the game would already be over, right? You've had nothing go your way all game long. You're trailing late. They're still getting sacks. And you just want to go back to the locker room. You want to get in the ice tub and start healing for next week.
Short gain on the play before he slides. The D thinking bring some heat on 3rd and long from the 44. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Complete downfield. And he found all kinds of room and got it down to the 28.
You know, as the head coach of this team, this is one positive you're going to take away from this game, is that your players don't quit, and they're still willing to fight. There's obviously a lot of things they've got to iron out offensively, and we've seen that today. But I do love the grit they're showing here late, still trying to make plays.
And the big fella couldn't elude the quarterback who makes a sure tackle. The give to the back. Finally pulled down, but not before moving the chains for a first down. The Tigers look to keep this drive humming. They'll ride the hot hand. It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. They'll run it from the gun. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Boy, they'd love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. Got it! And he was thinking 6, but that D knocks him down at the 2. And on 4th down, they'll try to put 3 on the board. From the left hash, and this distance ought to make that angle pretty easy to handle. It is good! Let's not say they cut into the deficit with that field goal. Maybe just, I don't know, tweaked a little bit of it away with their fingernail. So after putting 3 on the board, the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Michigan ready to get that offense rolling again. That last drive was promising for a while, but you just can't mess it up at the end with the pick, Jesse.
No, you got to be able to finish drives, especially in this game if you're going to win. And, David, they've got to be able to eliminate the mental mistakes.
Yeah, and I don't think you get conservative or play it safe. You can trust your guy. I think you put the ball right back in his hands and let him do his thing.
He'll get it up to about the 32-yard line before he stopped, and it'll be 1st down. On the ground, trying to pull the plug on this clock. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. Wide receiver now comes in motion. They'll try the run. Dragged down after a pickup of 5 out to the 35. We reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Gets open down the middle. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains.
And 1st down for the offense.
They'll go to the ground. And they picked up 9 on 1st down. It'll bring up 2nd and short.
Brings up 2nd down.
The give to the lone running back. Tackle is made at the 44 after the 5-yard gain and the 1st down. And the Wolverines come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Well, this was an offensive showcase out there today. We thought it would be a high-scoring game, and it certainly delivered.
If you love offense, then you love this type of game. Both offenses going up and down the field, seemingly at will. Throwing the ball, running the ball. But, David, I feel like if you're a fan of defense, maybe this wasn't your cup of tea.
More defense optional. You didn't really get too much of that stuff, but, listen, you got to get a few stops late in the game. You got to get actually just kind of one stop with this many points that was being scored. You got the stop late. That's why you got the dub.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. another sandstorm, and Sir Big Spur starts getting those claws sharpened. Williams-Brice Stadium comes alive in support of their South Carolina Gamecocks. This matchup today, part of the lifeblood of the sport, a rivalry game where the results will be remembered for a lifetime. As we'll see the number 2 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia about to kick it off to get us underway. On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Gamecocks offense will take the first swing of the game. There are always butterflies to start a game, but when you have a rivalry like this, the adrenaline is pumping on overdrive, guys.
They aren't all the same. We say that, but we know differently. The blood is boiling. The temperature is hot. Jesse, you want this week more than most.
Yeah, David, we played in these games before. Everything just seems to be heightened, right? The game seems to be moving faster. The crowd noise feels louder. Your composure will be tested early in a game like this.
He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Muscling ahead on 3rd and short. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. The Gamecocks have it with a 1st and 10. From the gun, Give on the inside. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. Got 6 on 1st down, now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. He'll pull it on the read. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. And the Gamecocks in the hurry up. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. They'll throw it to the back on the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. Fair catch, called for and made. So the Georgia Bulldogs offense will have its first possession of the game. I know what a weapon he is on the outside, but stretching the field against this dude in the secondary will be a challenge.
And just some safeties have it, the awareness, the ability to see the ball, to break on the football, and he's one of those guys.
This QB better be looking this safety off. You can't just trust your receiver's going to out-athlete him every time you throw him the ball, because this safety is a different breed.
This crowd bringing the energy and noise early. Grabbed behind the line, it's Murray. They get him on the ground, but it's a 1st down.
Great job by the defense here rallying to this wide receiver and making the tackle. He is dangerous. They don't want to let this receiver get behind them, but they know that when he makes catches, they better rally quickly and get this guy on the ground. He is fast.
They'll snap this one from the 30 on 1st and 10. Just a short pass to the tight end. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. So after the 1st down run, here's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Fires to the right. Picked off. Those kind of plays can be huge for momentum. Even with the short return, they're set up at the 45.
Well, I love the job by the coaching staff there defensively, matching the personnel of the offense, putting their dime package out on the field. So you bring out the extra defensive back, you're anticipating a pass, perfect timing to run that personnel, and you get the pick. South
Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. They had to punt it away on their last possession, but man, what great field position this time.
I mean, this is awesome. Like, last possession didn't go great. Now you're set up in an opportunity to get some points. Start thinking about what plays I like, Jesse, as I cross the 50.
There are a lot of offensive coordinators out there, David, and in this position, they like to take a shot right away and try and capitalize on this field position.
They're going to run it. One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. The Gamecocks want to pick up the tempo. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up with the pass. Well, the quarterback can make a big play when he starts moving around. And he's running in the open. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. He'll run it to the middle, looking for the end zone. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. 3rd and goal for the offense. From the gun, wants to pass. Trying to get to him. Moving out of the pocket. He was thinking touchdown on the scramble, but they're able to stop him short of the end zone. And they'll send out the field goal unit. A short kick, but that angle from the right can be a little tricky. Splits the uprights. Good. And that'll put the first points of the game on the board. It's 3-0. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Virginia is trailing right now, but I'm not ready to say this team is out. Not after the way this group has rallied around that coach. It really has been something to see. They're trailing by 10 to Clemson. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. After that last pick, David, they really need to take care of the ball this time.
No doubt. And Palmer, I want to know what Spurrier said to you on the sideline after a pick.
Do that again, and you'll be right here beside me for the rest of the game. You got to go out. You got to call your plays. And I hope this coaching staff isn't going to be afraid to throw it this drive.
And they'll wrestle him to the ground after a short gain. Big 3rd down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. Georgia lining up to punt it away. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. No return coming here. Fair catch is signaled for and made just shy of the 30. 1st down here for the offense. Give to the running back. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Guys, this rough start is hardly what they had in mind to start SEC play, and it's not going to get any easier.
Well, no doubt about it. There were big expectations surrounding this program inside SEC play this year, and things haven't necessarily gone their way. They've had to fight a ton of adversity, but David, they believe they have the leadership in the locker room to turn it around, but it's got to start today.
Yeah, one at a time. Like, we got to start today. We got to find something. We got to find what we're really good at, what we can hang our hat on, so we can start to build some momentum throughout the season. Obviously not the start we wanted, but we got to point to the next opportunity.
Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Boy, 3 and out last time, David. They'd like to be more productive this time around.
Yeah, in the last drive, nothing really clicked. No rhythm, got off the field really, really quickly. They need to put something together here, Tom.
Yeah, David, bad execution on that last drive, so they got to take a collective breath and start playing like a unit on this one.
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They've got some work to do on this 3rd and long from the 40. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Get it out on the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Here's the handoff. They wrestle him to the ground, but he's got plenty for a first down. This Georgia offense moving quickly down the field. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. A shot toward the end zone. Intercepted.
This is obviously not a great start for this quarterback here. 2 interceptions already in this game. He's got to do a much better job with his decision making.
And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. The last time we saw this offense, we had to look quick. It was a 3-and-out, Jesse.
He just had no rhythm in that last drive. So someone's going to have to step up and make a play, David, and get this thing going.
Yeah, let's find some juice. Find your guy. Find those plays that you know you can run inside out, forward, backwards, get some first downs, get some positive momentum.
From the shotgun, the inside give. At the 35, he's loose. Up near the 40-yard line, they'll mark it at the 39 to pick up a 15. Right back to the well. And how about the efficiency on that one? It'll bring up 2nd and 4. And the Gamecocks want to crank the tempo. On 2nd down, he'll fire. Hard running there. And they got him. He'll get him down for the sack.
Oh, it's a missed opportunity. You know the quarterback was excited. He saw man coverage. He thought he was going to have an opportunity to come up with a big play, but up front they could not protect him well enough.
Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. And he feels the heat coming in and burns him up. Another sack.
Well, that's their 3rd sack of the game, and we knew statistically coming into this game, this is one of the top 25 units in the nation getting after the quarterback. I just love how athletic they are up front, and they are giving this offensive line headaches and nightmares up to this point in the game.
The Gamecocks will line up to punt it away. He'll call for the fair catch here. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. Boy, they had that last drive moving a little bit, David, but then the mistake just crushed them.
Yeah, and those mistakes are going to happen. You're going to throw the football, you're going to throw interceptions. But I think I stay aggressive with this offense. I get back to what I did in the first part of that drive, what made me successful.
I agree, David. Just turn the page if you're a quarterback, right? On this drive, you did a lot of good things there leading up to that pick. Forget about it, move on, play the next play.
Keeps it on the bootleg. And he was hit just as he was releasing the pass, and it falls to the ground incomplete. They've made 3rd down offense a key. It'll be tested on 3rd and long from the 28. Lets it fly. Another incompletion on 3rd down. Georgia sends out the punt team. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Here's another opportunity, Jesse, to stretch out this lead after punting last time.
I think it goes back to your playmakers, Reese. I think it's finding the guys that have been working for you earlier on in this game and getting them the football.
Yeah, and there's obviously no need to panic. I mean, think about it. You got the lead. You got the football. You got to be smart with the football. Make your plays. Put a good drive together here.
Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. He's got an open man. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down.
That is going to drive this defensive coordinator. It's a lot of DCs. They focus a ton of energy on how their unit performs on 3rd down and in the red zone.
The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him.
Well, the offense trying to stay aggressive, right? You just came up with a huge play, and right away you go back to another pass, but you got to do a better job protecting your quarterback. Can't give up a sack there.
The first down sack pushes the ball back for this long second down. To the ground with the back. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Even if they don't convert, picking up a few would give them a decision to make on fourth down. It's 3rd and long from the 45. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. And the Gamecocks will punt it away on fourth down. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. And the return man will have no chance as the ball sails out of bounds. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. They just didn't quite find the rhythm on that last drive, Jesse. They had to punt it.
I think they got to be more physical, David. I think up front they got to do a better job getting blocks and establishing this running game.
And how easy does football become if you're the more physical team? If you can threaten the run and then run play action, it opens up the whole offense at your disposal.
Pulls and throws off the RPO. And they pick up just a few on that completion. After trying the running game on first down, they come to the line on second down. Breaks the tackle. They make the stop after the catch and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Now staring at a 3rd and short from the 40. Trying to pick it up on the ground. No, he just flat ran over it. Coming through that 3rd down conversion, and they'll mark it at the 43. Georgia going back to work with another first down. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. And he's able to shed one tackle and pick up pretty good yardage. 6-yard pickup on first down leaves him with 2nd and 4. Handoff from the gun. A strong tackle and wrap-up from the junior. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. Quickly complete. Good execution. They move the sticks, and they've got it at the 33. Georgia coming out with a fresh set of downs. Wide out in motion. Off the play fake on first down to throw. It's caught. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Leaves it with the back. Can't quite cross the plane to get the 6, but they'll have the first down. He's got 69 yards rushing in this one and well on his way to a 1,400-yard season. Powers forward. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Bulldogs! A methodical drive, soul-crushing, spirit-breaking, and it ends in a touchdown.
And listen, I know everybody wants the big plays, the big, long touchdowns and all that stuff, but putting a drive together like that is very difficult to do time and time again, and it's demoralizing for the defense. Great drive by the offense.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point makes it 7-3. So a scoring drive there of 83 yards. And it was closed out by the short yardage touchdown. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. A little bit backed up to start this drive from their own 18-yard line. From the gun, running back gets to give. And they make the stop, and that will likely bring us to the end of the first quarter. Both teams wanted to establish the run, and they have done exactly that in the first quarter. They've switched into the field, and we're ready to get things started here in the second. And they'll come to the line with less than a yard to go. They'll give it to the back. And he's brought to the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He'll come out throwing on first down. And he got smacked just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. Second down coming up. The give to the tailback. They knock him down after he picks up 5 out to the 34. The Gamecocks headed quickly to the line. It'll be a draw. Such a big part to convert these third downs, and they've got it at the 42. This drive has been sharp. They've moved the chains a couple of times, now 1st and 10 from the 42. He has been in see-ball, get-ball mode all day, and he is making his mark in this rivalry game, guys.
I'll tell you, he was sick and tired of reading about and hearing about the offenses coming into this one. This guy had his own designs and his own plans. He has been balling, David, all over the field.
Man, it's so fun. A rivalry game, you have so much emotion, so much passion. Well, guess what? You can let that out on defense. And defense, you can fly around, make plays, and he's been doing it all game long.
And the defense had its hands full, but they finally wrestle him down short of the 1st down. And the Gamecocks send out the punt unit. He shanked it. And it looks as if there will be no return here as the punt goes out of bounds. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. And David, how they would love to stick it in the end zone one more time after that last drive.
And once you get the defense,
just keeps moving. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense.
Yeah, defensively, you better be ready to run east and west when you're playing against this offense and their running game. That time, the offense was able to outflank the defense to the right side for a big play.
Can hang on, and he'll tell you he really should have made that catch, and he had an opportunity right in the middle. It'll be 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Using his legs to buy some time. At the 40, there he goes. And he scoots his way to the 1st down and then slides to avoid the hit.
It's just so hard to stop. There is no rhyme. There is no reason. He just scrambles around, makes people miss, and the next thing you know, you look up and he's 20, 30 yards down the field, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That gives him 100 yards on the ground, and he's been terrific all season, ranking in the top 10 in rushing. They'll run it out of the shotgun. And the Dogs get enough to move the chains. From the 14-yard line, it's 1st and 10. Power football with the run. Relying on that running game inside the red zone. He picked up 3 to the 11. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a 1st without scoring. The give to the single back. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. Now on 1st and goal, let's see what Georgia will do. He'll keep it himself. And he's loose, and he'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Georgia! Coaches say, we can't play you if you don't do what you're coached to do. We also can't play you if you only do what you're coached to do. That was just a great instinctive play.
That's a lot of do's, so I don't know what to do. What do you want me to do? All I know is that guy's fast, and he continues to break tackles and make plays and scramble outside the pocket. He can do it all, so I don't know what to do.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, want to update you on a game that went final moments ago. Penn State delivered the knockout blow, and I think the defense might have been the story here. LeVar Arrington, Shane Conlon, Jack Ham. There's another stud there at linebacker U. The circle of life in college football, where one team moves on feeling like kings, and the other heads home licking its wounds.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update. They want to run it left here. The Gamecocks get it past the sticks. They'll put it in play from the 27, 1st down. Use the play fake, now to throw. He's going to let one fly down the middle. He's loose. It's a fumble. Defense swarming on that loose ball. It'll be a turnover.
Well, it's a nice job by him making the catch, but guys, you got to secure the ball and put it away. The play's not over, and give the defender credit for knocking it loose, and the defense jumps on it.
We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. You want to talk about a drive where you impose your will? That's what they did, running it down for a touchdown, David.
There is nothing more demoralizing than that for a defense, to be physically pounded. The run is coming. You know it's coming, and you can't stop it.
Nothing the defense can do. That is mano-a-mano up front, and your guys getting a push. They know you're running it, still can't stop it.
Listen to this crowd just shaking the girders of this place, trying to help their defense. Quickly out to the tight end. Really nice gain. Gets it out across the 20. It'll be a first down at the 22. And the Bulldogs come to the line with a new set of downs. Quarterback on the keeper. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. Grabs it in the middle. And he'll move his way forward to the first down. They'll mark it at the 35. The Dogs have their offense in high gear. Looking to move it through the air. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. This offense has a 2nd down play. He's got it down the middle. Still on his feet at the 45. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. Fast motion from the offense. The give to the back. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They'll leave it with him. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. They've got him wobbling after that big play now to pay it off on 1st and 10 from inside the 15. They're looking to pass from the red zone. He caught it. That completion will take it inside the 4, and the offense is threatening. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. He wants it all. Takes it to the house. Touchdown, Dogs! They've extended the lead and taken control here in Week 9.
Each and every week, I think this coaching staff does such a good job of scheming ways to get this guy the football in the passing game, and defenses can't cover him. With that last catch, this is now his 10th receiving touchdown on the season.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they're on top by 18. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
21, South Carolina, 3.
On the move from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. As it turns out, the fumble on that last drive set up the touchdown, David.
And there's no bigger stat in football than turnovers. You turn the football over, they turn it into points. Jesse, that is not a recipe for success.
Good news, though, they get another chance, right? They could make amends with this drive right here. That's all that's important. You've got to execute, and you've got to lock in.
Really needed a play like that to get out of their own end. They move the chains. They mark it at the 29. And the Gamecocks come to the line in the hurry-up. Off the play fake on first down to throw. He'll try to do it himself. Good run on the play, and he slides to avoid the hit. This first half of offense won't go on the highlight reel so far. It's starting to get things moving. It's 1st and 10. He's going to pass. Caught in the backfield, it's Ambrose. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one.
You know, as a quarterback, you believe in your matchup. And my running back, if I can get him the ball in space, he's going to win a lot of times. He didn't that time. The defense was right.
He felt the heat trying to get away, but down he goes. He'll lose a yard or two. Ball is at the 41 as this defense tries to force the punt on 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. And he is corralled short of the line to gain. The Gamecocks will call on their punt team. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. Cover guys do their job, and they get him stopped at the 22-yard line. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. This has been exactly the way you draw things up, David. The offense has really been moving the football.
And it's been great execution. They've done exactly what they've wanted to do. Build the lead. Now Palmer's a different animal. Now you got to protect it.
You can tell they were paying attention in practice this week in the film room because they have gone out everybody right now on the same ball.
Ball sitting right at the 30. It'll be 3rd and short. Quick pass to the left, trying to get it to the marker. Open runway ahead. Touchdown, Bulldogs! And once he got away from the D, they had no shot at catching him.
Yeah, coming into the game, you look at the stats and you say top 10 offense in scoring, so they better be able to create what? Explosive plays. Another explosive plays. They've been doing it all year long. Those plays are backbreakers. Defenses just can't contain this offense.
On to attempt the try.
The kicker on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Georgia 28, South Carolina 3.
Bringing it back. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Find some space, enough to get 5 to the 22. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll try the right side. He's stuffed after picking up 1 to the 23. So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man! And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. And the Gamecocks will snap it on 1st and 10. He wants to throw. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on 1st down. 2nd down coming. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They make the stop. Not a whole lot of ground picked up there, and they'll have work to do to get the 1st down. They keep attacking through the air. They've got the screen set up. And this one will be stopped for no gain. The Gamecocks will bring the punt team onto the field. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. And he was drilled just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. Offense gets set for 2nd down. Wide receiver coming across in motion. On 2nd down, wants to throw. Missed receiver there. It's incomplete. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. Throws to the wideout. It's complete. And he's down at the 41. That's a 1st down.
How ridiculous is it that this guy has now thrown for over 5,000 yards on the season, and we've still got games to go. This guy is putting up video game type numbers.
The offense lines up at the 41 with a 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be 2nd down. Running back searching for a hole. A pickup of 8 now to convert this 3rd and 2. Trying to pick up a 1st down. On 3rd and short, the power run here. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. Georgia lining up to punt it away. As we reach the 2-minute warning, they'll need to try to get a stop to keep this thing from getting out of hand. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. These guys have taken some body blows in the 1st half, but now a chance to do something to feel a little better going into halftime.
Breeze, they got to respond now. They got to put points on the board right here, cut into this deficit, create a little bit of momentum, because this one's going to get out of hand otherwise.
Yeah, there are a lot of offenses out there that might just say, okay, let's just regroup and figure it out. This offense doesn't have time to do that. They've got to be aggressive. They've got to throw it downfield. They've got to score points.
On the run, it's Ambrose. Picks up just a few before he's brought down, not really willing to take a risk there on 3rd and long. The defense uses their 2nd timeout of the half as they try to get their act together. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. A fair catch is made right at the 50. Great field position for the offense. Offense getting set for 1st down. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Quarterback adapted. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
We're only in the 1st half already. This guy's got 2 TD passes, so you could see the defensive coaching staff on the sideline telling this D-line, guys, we got to get after this guy. We have to affect his rhythm and not let him be so comfortable back there. Right there, they were able to get after him. Let's see if they can keep it up.
They'll try to keep that sack from wrecking this drive here on 2nd and 15. He's looking to throw. Dances away to buy time. He's going to take off. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a 1st down. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Makes the grab. He's at the 10. Touchdown, Georgia! And once he found some daylight, it was time to make a house call.
You know, oftentimes in college football, the best offenses are the ones that can create explosive plays, just like you saw right there. They're top 10 in the nation in points per game because they don't have to drive the field. They've got dudes scattered all over this offense that can take it the distance on any given play.
Lining up for the PAT.
Is on for the extra point.
And the extra point is true, and the score is 35-3. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Dynamite matchup this week, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Kansas State needs to pick up the pace, but this puppy is far from over. And with this crowd there in the Little Apple behind them, I'm kind of banking on a comeback. They're trailing by just 4 to Texas A&M. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this.
And he delivers the blow, and he's still running. He's off to the races. And he'll take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, South Carolina.
Man, nice job getting the passing game going. This is big, man. Going to the half. And listen, I know you're trailing, but building some momentum. Maybe this 2nd half we can keep airing the football out, cutting into this deficit, and who knows what the heck will happen.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point cuts into the lead just a touch, 35-10. They got the late touchdown on the board, now about to kick it away and hoping the defense can keep them from answering. He'll start the return inside his 5. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. They've got time, they've got the lead, and David, it's sort of like a doctor. First, do no harm.
Do no harm, but also momentum is hard to create and sometimes hard to stop. You have it, so Jesse, don't do anything stupid to create some momentum for the other side.
I think a lot of this comes down to your quarterback and whether or not he's making good decisions in this game. If yes, be aggressive. If not, let's just take the lead into halftime and get ready for the second half.
Man, this quarterback is having himself a day. Over 200 yards in the first half. It was hard enough for Palmer to get over 200 in a game, more or less in the first half.
Incomplete, and he threw that one up for grabs and into traffic, and fortunate to get it back. After the misfire, it's second down. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. A strike downfield. And they'll finally bring him down after he rips off a huge play. The Bulldogs will snap it on 1st and 10.
There were very big expectations surrounding this guy coming into the season. He's delivered week in, week out. With that last catch, he's now got over 1,000 yards receiving on the year.
That's a live ball. Defense covering it up and not letting the offense get it back. It's a turnover. Running out of time here in the first half, they're going to have to be efficient to put some points on the board before the break. Leaves it with the running back. Finds just enough space to create some breathing room. He's got it up to the 12. Well, this is kind of weird. They're not even going to try to run a play. That's going to wrap up the first half here, and now we join Kevin with the halftime update.
Thanks so much, guys, and I need not tell you, rivalry games always bring out a ton of emotion, and no surprise, we saw just that in the first half today. Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those first downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to two of the best receiving core in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. With that, let's throw it back to the guys to see how this rivalry matchup plays out.
And the Gamecocks will kick it away to start the second half. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they get him on the ground at the 20. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Comes out throwing on first down. He makes the connection. They stop him just a link or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on second down here. He's looking to throw. And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. You got to think they'll try to muscle their way forward on 3rd and short from the 29. Got his man downfield. All kinds of room to the right. Touchdown, Dogs! And the beatdown has ensued. Now they have extended this lead, guys, starting to put the hammer, but sometimes a rivalry game can give you a little of extra fight back.
And there can be no panic at this point now. You've worked too hard this offseason, David. They've had this game circled for so long. You've got to play your best football right now and fight back.
And you just need something good to happen on this next possession. You got to get the crowd back into this football game. Big rivalry, get some emotion, get some momentum on your side.
The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they finish with a bang, a 71-yard scoring strike. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Trying to beat the D deep. And that will be incomplete. Man, that would have been a big hitter if they could have done it, but second down coming. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Going back to the well, another deep ball. Reels it in down the left side. Off he goes. Touchdown, Gamecocks! He broke away from the defense, and they couldn't catch it.
And man, is that perfect timing. You can tell a quarterback drops back. He sees his guy, and he knows he's open. But watch the throw. Deep down the field, Palmer, right in the breadbasket. Nice play, nice pitch and catch.
He did a nice job of getting it up in the air early and allowing his guy to run under the football, locate it, and then make a tough grab. That is the definition of an explosive play.
He'll try to tack on one more. Right down the middle. Aggressive play calling on that drive. Just 2 plays, they get the long touchdown pass to pay it off. The kickoff team out there getting set. Here's the return from inside his 10. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. Leaves it with the back. Found a little bit of running room, knocked down at the 24 after a pickup of 4. Solid pickup of 4 on first down and 2nd and 6. Unloads to the wideout. Catch in the middle, it's Murray. Ripping off a pretty good chunk of yardage. They've got it out to the 41 with a first down.
And that's a first down for the offense.
Use the play fake, now to throw. Grabbed in the middle, it's Murray. Lots of green grass as he gets it to the 31. A big gain there as he did a tremendous job working the middle of the field.
Yeah, and if you're going to complete that throw, Reese, quarterbacks have got to play with anticipation. You've got to get it out of your hands early and give your receiver an opportunity before the defense gets to the ball.
He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throw and catch. They move the tight end all over. Handoff from the shotgun. Running through contact. Mark it off as a 6-yard gain down to the 6-yard line. They go to the ground. Relentless, tough running gets it down to the 4. Tight quarters deep in the red zone, but they can pick up a first down without scoring. 3rd down. Looking to throw for it. He caught it. Touchdown, Bulldogs. And the route is on.
This guy is officially a problem. His 2nd receiving touchdown of the game. Nice job by the offense. Dude, if I've got a matchup I like, continue to pick at it until they stop it.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They put together an 81-yard drive, and they cap the drive with a 4-yard touchdown pass. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. The last time they had it, they took it down the field for a touchdown. They can build some confidence that they could go back-to-back scoring drives here.
Yeah, and remember, it's not uncommon for offenses to find themselves as the game goes on. They had some things not go their way early, but they found something last drive, David. Let's see if they can build on it.
Yeah, you just pick and pick and pick until you find that place where you're like, okay, this is an advantage I have. They clearly found that, dude. They score here, we're in for a ball game.
Looking for a huge play. Snags it on the right. And they'll do more than move the chains. They'll move that thing more than 30 yards down the field before he's finally stopped.
Well, how about the offense setting that play up? We've seen earlier in the game a couple shorter throws. They're just trying to suck those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage, anticipating that they would get an opportunity to take a shot. They called the perfect play at the perfect time right there.
The Gamecocks getting set on 1st and 10. Out of the gun, the running back has it. And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Went to the running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. They couldn't connect on second down, now staring at a 3rd and 9. From the gun, wants to pass. He's got it. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play.
And this defense is going to have their hands full because they're going to need to be comfortable with guys one-on-one on islands in the perimeter of the field. And they're just going to have to make better plays than what we saw right there. They knew this offense was going to try to be aggressive. Got to need better effort in the back end for this defense moving forward.
And he's going to be taken down, but there's a penalty flag on the field. We'll repeat the previous down, but this time the offense has 10 more yards it has to cover. Here comes the option. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. The run to the left. He'll pick up 3 before he's downed at the 6. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. He's going to look for a man on 3rd and short. He snares it in the end zone. Touchdown, Gamecocks.
And how about that? His 2nd receiving touchdown of the ball game. Find ways to get your athletes the ball. They'll do the rest. That's number 2. They better start playing some better defense, and number 3 is coming soon.
And it looks as if they've buzzed down. Replay wants to have another peek at that last play. And they take another look at the play, but the officials on the field were right, and the play will stand. And he splits the uprights on the extra point. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Ball State is currently ahead in this one, but let's remember, this program has just 1 bowl win all time, so nothing is a given in Muncie. They're up by 13 over Western Michigan. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Wide receiver shows motion. Off the bootleg, looking to fire. Lost one deep down the right side. Hits him inside the 20, still going. Touchdown, Georgia! And the pummeling has started. Well, I'm not sure who was closer to the receiver there, the defensive backs or us here in the booth.
That was great execution on offense. Receiver wins the route one-on-one, shows off his speed, gets himself wide open. There was no question where the quarterback was going with that ball. Nice job.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
56, South Carolina, 24.
On the run from inside his own 5. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. Looking to go up top on 1st down. Got his man on the right. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. Setting up for a 1st and 10 from the 26. They believe they can run right here. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. This is a 3rd and long. He's looking downfield to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. And couldn't quite find the crevice he needed to pick up the 1st down. And the Gamecocks will send out the punt unit. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. He only needs a sliver of daylight. Little pressure on the coverage team there, and they'll stop him at the 47-yard line. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Quick release by the QB. Stopped after making the catch. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. He wants to pass it on second down. Hauls it in. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see if it stands.
Pass interference. Defense.
They say no thanks to that pass interference penalty, and they'll take the results of the play. Off-play action on first down. That's caught. It's Fuller.
The defense has their hands full trying to stop this guy in the slot. They're going to have to figure something out to bracket him, try and get two bodies around him, maybe get some safety help as well, because right now they do not have the answer for it.
Touchdown, Dogs! And the punishment has been extended.
And it's not an accident. They're featuring this guy. His second receiving touchdown of the game. That's your job as a coach. Find my playmakers, get them the ball so they can do damage and have games like this right here.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they finish things up with a dart from 24 yards out. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Off the play fake on first down. Pressure coming. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
And if your job is to irritate, to confuse, to hit, to make quarterbacks feel very uncomfortable, this defense is definitely doing their job. 6 sacks, that's the way to make the quarterback feel like he's having a hard day. He's had no response. This offensive line has no response, just a sack party.
If they have any intention of getting this drive going, they better come up with something on second and long from the 10. Got it in the middle. It's Morris. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. On third down, he drops to throw. Fires one high and deep. And trying to put points on the board on third down. Now they're staring at fourth down. The Gamecocks line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. Got it near midfield. And the coverage team able to wrestle him down. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give.
Want to talk about a monster performance? This guy now has 150 yards rushing. The defense has had no answer for this guy, and he's shown you why he is such a weapon in this offense. Speed, the ability to catch the ball, the vision, the quickness. He's got all the tools in the toolbox.
They've got it at the 37. It's 1st and 10. The give to the back. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. The give out of the gun. Found a little running room, and they get him stopped after a pickup of 6 to the 32. A third down play coming from the 32 as they try to keep the drive going. They're bringing heat. Couldn't find a man and just had to throw it away to avoid a negative play. They'll try to cap off this drive with a field goal. And they weren't able to get him in the middle of the field, so now a 49-yarder from the right hash. He splits the uprights and puts 3 on the board. And they just tack on a little more to this gargantuan lead. That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. Working that left side now. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. Goes to the option. Now the toss. Got room at the 35. And he caught that pitch in stride and was off to the races. A big gain and a first down for this offense.
Those outside runs, if they can get the edge like they do, great job on the right guard, right tackle, getting the edge. And now what does this do? This makes cornerbacks come up and tackle. Safeties come up and tackle. As opposed to linebackers and big defensive players, you get your guy out in space where he can use his speed and his physicality against guys that usually cover and don't come up and make tackles.
It's caught downfield. They'll finally get him on the ground, but not before he makes it to the 30 and gets a first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. That is just a sideline credit. Roll, catch, toe drag, everything you want. Going up top on first down. He's got it and still on his feet. That completion will take it inside the 4, and the offense is threatening. Operating in the red zone here on second down. He's looking to throw. Pulls it in. And he strides his way into the end zone. Touchdown, South Carolina! This game must be moving so slowly for this quarterback. He sees everything 2 or 3 beats ahead.
Way ahead. I mean, it's been really, really easy. I better get some more hits on him. I better do something to make him feel uncomfortable. Because right now, it's just like, oh, you're running that? Yeah, that's easy. I mean, he's already read your mail. You better change the address, do something different.
And the extra point splits the uprights. They go 83 yards on the drive, and they finish it off with the score from the 4.
South Carolina.
He'll start the return inside his 5. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. They'll try the run. Defense in the right spot. They stop him after a gain of 2 to the 28. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. They go right back to him. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll put the tight end in motion. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him.
You know, as a defense, you kind of want to force the give on the RPO. You want them to run the football, and you can tell maybe the quarterback wishes he pulled this. Small gain, but some information you gathered maybe for the next time you get to run an RPO.
He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Let's see what they find in the playbook for 3rd and long from the 43. From the gun, wants to pass. He rifles one deep down the middle. Touchdown, Bulldogs! And the stomping has commenced.
Have a day, young fella. I foresee some social media posts in his future. Not 1, not 2, but 3 receiving touchdowns on the day. What a ball game.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. Kansas State needs to pick up the pace, but this puppy is far from over. And with this crowd there and the Little Apple behind them, I'm kind of banking on a comeback. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Texas A&M. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Got it across the 20 and out to the 23, a pickup of 4. So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? Movement here from the tight end. He'll do it himself. They'll pick up the first down as he gets it out to the 27-yard line. And the Gamecocks come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Looking for room, it's Ambrose. He showed it all there, a little elusiveness, a little power, and he's got the first down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. The Gamecocks are moving quickly down the field. Trying to make that rush think on the draw play here. They can rely on this guy to pick up solid yardage when they need it, and he's out to the 43. Looking to pass on 2nd down. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. Didn't have much room to run and not a whole lot of help. Short gain there and still plenty of ground to cover for the first down. They'll try to drive ahead on 3rd and short. And the Gamecocks brought to the ground, but not before picking up the first. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter. They're going to go right back to him on 1st down. And as they get him to the ground, clock running, looks as if time will expire here in the 3rd. And talk about spreading the ball around, everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. And it's intercepted. A turnover for the defense.
And as a defensive lineman late in the game, man, when you know it's a pass, you're pinning your ears back, trying to get to the quarterback, and DBs are trying to do this. Pad them stats, get the INT. Nice job by this D.
And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. That last touchdown drive was surgical through the air, Jesse.
It sure was, and that's why this offense is so dangerous, David, because they can score in a hurry because of how efficient they are throwing the football.
And welcome to modern college football. That's what it is. Spread you out, find my playmakers, make quick decisions, and really put defenses in a difficult situation.
A solid pickup there before the defense is able to make the stop. Finds the tight end. They'll move the chains. Good execution on 3rd down. They've got it at the 41. Let's see how they set the tone on 1st and 10. Give to the back. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Got a little work done on 1st down. Now back to the line. They'll go to the ground. Nice move to keep running. Solid fundamentals on that tackle from this freshman. They'll need to get this one to the 31 here on 3rd down. Out of the gun, the give to the back. Went to the running game on 3rd down and picked up 5, but still a couple of yards short. It's 4th and 2. Now it looks as if they'll settle for the field goal try. He boomed it through, a 50-yard field goal showing off that powerful leg.
How nice is it as a head coach to have a kicker like this? It makes these decisions on 4th down so much easier. Just strut him out there and let him stroke it through the uprights.
They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. And he takes this from inside the 5. And good work by the coverage team to get the return man down on the ground. South Carolina ready to go on the attack in another offensive odyssey. After throwing the pick on the last drive, need to take care. And the pressure gets him back at the 8-yard line.
And this has been one of those days you want to forget. I mean, you're getting drunk. There's no other way to put it. It's been a bad day. I'm trying to put a drive together here maybe to just get some kind of momentum, something positive, maybe something in the locker room we can talk about that didn't go wrong.
Let's see if they can get out of their own way on 2nd and long from the 8. Off the play fake. Getting some heat. He just kept going backwards. You have to step up, and they get him for a safety.
And that's the exclamation point right there. It's been a bad day, man. This offense, they're going to have to find some answers over the next couple of weeks, especially the next week in practice, of who they are, what their identity is, because all they've done today is struggle around and now give up points.
So after giving up the deuce on the safety, now they'll be able to kick it away without a rush from the 20. He's brought down, but a really nice return gets it to the 41. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. And he'll find enough running room to get it just short of midfield at the 49. After the 9-yard pickup on 1st down, here's 2nd and 1. He's looking to throw. And that's not the way they drew it up. It's incomplete. Just this side of midfield, the defense trying to rise up on 3rd and short from the 49. They'll try to get the first through the air. Going for it all. And swatted down by the defense to stop the scoring opportunity. Georgia sends out the punt team. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Not going to get a chance to field that one, and the punt will bounce out of bounds. The offense set for a 1st down play. They're going to throw it to start the drive. He looks that one in nicely. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. Now on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Finds his tight end. And he gets it to the 44-yard line. It'll be a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Trying to find his man on 1st down. And he tries to get away, but he cannot. He's taken down. He'll lose a couple.
And when I got a stud quarterback like they do, I'm going to protect him. I'm going to make sure that I keep him upright because he can do some serious damage. But this defense applying pressure and applying the hammer in this football game.
They gave up the sack on 1st down. Now it's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Catch in the middle, it's Morris. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the 1st down. The Gamecocks are rolling down the field. Wants to throw on 1st down. Blasted as he lets it go. Hit hard just as he released it on 1st down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. 2nd and 10, he'll throw again. Quarterback now breaking the field. And he can't find a receiver, and down he goes.
You know, it doesn't matter how talented you are as a quarterback, how accurate you are, how athletic you are. If you're on your back most of the day, it's going to be very hard to win the game. That's been the case for this guy here today. He's been under pressure. He hasn't been in rhythm. He's thrown an interception. This has just not gone his way.
They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. Oh, what a grab by the defense. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. After a punt on their last possession, they are set up in plus territory this time.
And honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if they scored a touchdown their last possession. You've got to be able to turn the page and see this as a brand new opportunity to go get points.
Yeah, and your defense has set you up for the position to get points right away. Now, let's get this offense back rolling again, create some momentum, just get a few 1st downs, and I'm in scoring position.
And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts it down. This feels like 4 down territory, 3rd and short from the 40. Good timing on the quick out. Just what they'd hoped for on third down as they've got a first at the 32.
Tackle is made at the 32-yard line. And that's a
going to the running game.
for the offense.
Noses ahead to the 30-yard line, a pickup of 1. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Motion from the offense. Pulls it on the bootleg fake. No more time to throw. Quarterback is sacked at the 35.
Oftentimes with play action, you're asking the quarterback to hold on to the ball a bit longer, and you're asking this offensive line to hold up and pass pro a bit longer. Against this athletic front seven on defense, it's going to be tough.
If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. From the gun, running back on the move. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. So this field goal unit has been getting the job done. They've already made a couple here today. No good. Guys, after this dominating performance, I guess the head coach wanted to be able to yell at the special teams coordinator. And the South Carolina offense is back on the field. Mistakes are going to happen, as they did on that last drive. Now, how will they respond, Jesse?
And this is the kind of guy who's going to take full accountability. That was my bad. That's on me. I'm about to lead this offense now down the field to score some points.
Dang, Palmer, I wish I would have played with you. I didn't play with many quarterbacks that were just like, yeah, my bad. Hey, guys, I got this. Sorry about that. It was more, you should have ran a better route.
And they'll spot it at the 45. That's good enough for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll throw it on first down. And he just overshot his man and threw it out of bounds, incomplete. After the misfire, now on second down. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. They've got the defense reeling right now with that big play to the 29. And Jesse, there's a huge mountain to climb here, but you might as well start with a chunk play.
Well, you got to start somewhere, Reese. It's been tough going for this offense all game long. They find themselves in a hole, but I love the aggressive nature. Keep taking shots. Keep trying to claw your way back into this one.
After the short completion, let's see if they go back to the air. They'll run play action. Looking to the big tight end. Already find a hole in that secondary. They make the tackle, but he's got a fresh set of downs, and it's first and goal from the 7. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. And the Gamecocks trying to get a touchdown on first and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. He bullies his way all the way down to the 5-yard line. Now it's second and goal. He's looking to throw. Fires into the end zone. It falls incomplete. He was trying to find his man for 6. The defense trying to make a stand on third and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. They're trying to get to him. Another incompletion on third down. So they'll send out the field goal unit. Already 1 for 1 on field goals today. He'll try to make it 2 for 2 from 22. It is true as he puts 3 on the board. And they'll put 3 on the board, but the deficit remains huge.
I know a lot of people are scratching their heads why they try to kick that field goal. You're in the fourth quarter. You're down a boatload of points. A field goal isn't going to do it. If you want to win this game, you need touchdowns. I would anticipate for every possession they get from here on out, man, you got to be way more aggressive.
So the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away after putting up a field goal. Let's see what the defense can do. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And good work by the coverage team to knock down the return man. They want that clock to run. Gets it out to the 25-yard line, a gain of 3. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Give to the running back. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 27-yard line. Fairly manageable distance here on 3rd down from the 27. From the gun, wants to pass. Completes it in the middle. Solid work and execution there. They'll have a first down as they mark it at the 40. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense will be quite content just to drain the rest of the time away. And that's a very productive first down play in bringing up 2nd and 3.
At the 46-yard line. 2nd down coming up.
Running to the left. Still running at the 40. Just what they were looking for, and he's got him set up in business at the 35 with a first down.
And first down for the offense.
And I don't think they got it snapped before the play clock ran out. That is a completely avoidable penalty. The quarterback just went into brain lock and lost track of the play clock. He leaves it with his back. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks.
Brings up 2nd down.
It's really easy to get caught up in the emotion of a rivalry game. We did, and certainly this was a huge win.
Yeah, and you started, you circled it, you were ready for this team. This is the rivalry you put a lot of stock in all offseason. You're talking about this game in particular. You go out and get the dub. It's a relief because you definitely wanted this team.
And it's bragging rights for everybody, for the coaching staff, for the fans, but how about for the players as well? For another 365 days, you can talk about how you went out, you dominated, and you beat your rival. A lot of these guys are going to go on to the NFL. They'll be in locker rooms next year. They'll be talking about this for a long time.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.